vanish.
Dominating!
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing blade. Bonus!
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of haste.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
5 heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time.
Keep farming.
Yeah, I should.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe Wizard was you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies behind.
Shadow.
Lord
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone. Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills.
They collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack to take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. On killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Team ban.
Ayos, ha?
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
What's the way?
Vanish.
Of course.
Gago!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for double kill! Dire team pick. Dominating! Radiant team pick.
Nice, boys.
The sack.
Shadows, take us.
Radiant team bad. Thanks. Dire team bad. Stay. Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team bad. Triple kill! Dire team's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant team bad. Roshan was a worthy foe. Dire team bad. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Wind Ranger,
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Vanish.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! 10 seconds remaining! 5 seconds remaining!
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Double kill! Radiant team, Dire team.
Vengeful spirits.
Beastmaster.
Alright, so they don't have the Lycan TA, Lycan being banned out, and you'd think, oh, well, they can't do negative armor strats, but they have Vengeful Spirit that can have that implication of removing their armor. Clink's very hard, heavy right clicker, obviously, especially considering how the new Clink works with his ultimate. You just want to drag out the game, you want to get the modifiers such as Maelstrom, Gleipnir, and then you eventually go into the crit Skadi build, and you just stand back, you hit them from afar, you got the Venge to really back you up, or even just swap an enemy into you, and then you got some nice synergies here. You got the Beastmaster, who potential will have the Helm of Dawn upgrade, providing auras as well as a way to split up the game and just teamfight utility approach for them. So MY, a little bit more of a group up strat, which is kind of what they've been doing in the previous games. Even with that Lycan TA, they always play around timings where they can start grouping up, and it's the same here. Strong lanes, so pretty hard to deal, but the Beastmaster is kind of the weak link here. It's one of the heroes that can be the most exploitable on its own. Obviously very strong here when it gets its timings, when it gets those towers, But Galaxy Racer, if they do punish the Beastmaster, preventing him from getting that early helmet done, preventing him from opening up the towers, it's really hard for MY to get anything done because they just need to use the numbers game to win fights to take towers. Whereas Galaxy Racer, a little bit more individualistic with their draft, strong lanes as well, but a lot more standalone heroes where they can get towers on their own, and at the same time they have more kill potential on their own as well.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of time, and of course, group stages, there's a few teams in the, brinks of elimination, such as MY, and they really need to get some wins here to at least stay in the tournament and play in the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, right now, you can kind of tell that they're going for a strategy that they haven't really utilized. Sure, Klinks is a hero that's been pretty popular in all regions, but interesting enough, in this tournament, it's only got a 30% win rate with around 10 games, and that's not very promising. Of course, different teams utilize it better. Different matchups obviously would be in favor of Klinks and maybe not in favor of Klinks, but so far, I think this is a game where Klinks can really benefit out of. You have the negative armor strat, you got some pushing ability, you have a semi-scaling draft, obviously going into the late game. If Galaxy Racer were to go for a hard carry, maybe it might be slightly complicated for the Klinks to play, but nonetheless, I think so far, it looks like a really good Klinks game. It's really hard for them to get on top of the Klinks in a game like this as well, which means Galaxy Racer will have to adjust their last pick to deal with it. And MY, they're kind of going into this, I'm going to cast my spells from afar, but if you initiate on my Klinks, I can swap, I can Roy the guys going in, I can roll as well with the Pangolier, I can peel for my Klinks while it gets all that damage, and Klinks on its own is a very tanky hero because of how his ultimate works. So I really like MY's draft here. I think if they can get stable lanes, if at least they don't get punished heavily and they don't get snowballed, they're going to hit their timings, playing around this Beastmaster early game, and the Ember Spirit just rotating into his lane, opening up the tower. Eventually they get control of the enemy jungle, and once Klinks is available to connect into these fights, or if the Pangolier has an extra item, then we might just see them grouping up and trying to keep the pace and just get majority of the map in their favor. Whereas Galaxy Racer, I don't know, man. They have some team fight, they have strong lanes, but I don't really like their composition all much at the moment, unless they really snowball their lanes, which I hate to see as a draft, because if you don't, it kind of just doesn't do enough in the mid game. Yeah. Yeah. I think they need someone who can get on top of them. Like, a hero I would have loved would have been Storm and Batrider, but they're both banned out from each team. Mars Mid could have been a thing as well if they wanted to really flex their supports around, maybe do Bane 5, Wind Ranger 4, but then it looks very clunky. I know they have played Leshrac in 3, as well as Mid, as well as Carry, so it can really be anything what they think is actually good. And they're going to go for more teamfight approach, which makes sense. I mean, you have a triple semi-scaling core, such as, I would assume it's Lesh, yeah. So we've got the Lesh, the Bloodseeker, as well as the Brewmaster. So these 3 cores with items can be very impactful mid-game. Brewmaster as well can dispel the minions or the summons of Series Beastmaster, which is quite nice as well. But just having that extra boulder, the cyclone, the ability to get in their face very quickly, because they're very lane centric, this Bloodseeker as well is going to be having a better time just because of how his passives work. And I guess, like I mentioned before, the key aspect of MY's draft is playing around the Beastmaster early game to open up the map. And this Bloodseeker should have a pretty damn good time, so they can kind of negate and nullify that head start that MY would like to have. I actually really like MY's draft. I think they have decent lanes, they have the teamfight aspect, they have their win condition, and they have a lot of tools to play around, a lot of timings as well, but not necessarily revolving around the timings. The main concern I have is the Beastmaster. If the Beastmaster doesn't have a good start, maybe their lineup kind of falls flat because they can't open up space and they can't get to that stage where they just want to trade farm until their timings, whereas Galaxy Racer just comes online very, very quickly with their Tricore. But nonetheless, I would say that MY's draft is slightly better just because it's going to be easy to play from mid to late game, and their early game really depends on their lanes, and I think they have strong mechanics as well. This is not a team that lacks mechanics, individual skill, because BB, a top MMR player, is all in the middle lane. We talked about Seri as well being very consistent in the elf lane role, and I'm sure he'll manage to get something out of the lane. And really, just one of those games where I feel like, although MY is the underdog, I could see them win.
"30 seconds to battle." The battle begins!
Yeah, it's pretty interesting as well, because he's an old dog like myself, you know. He's hitting the 30 soon, and the good thing about him is he's been around for a long time. He would be a natural shot caller / leader. He was already back in the day, so these guys, even though some of them younger than others, he would be able to provide the insights that these players need to develop, or just in general improve their gameplay. So having him stand in, although it could be permanent later on, it could be maybe just temporary, it's just going to be a big factor for these players to actually improve.
That was a burn.
Denied.
Yeah, I think the brain sap will be enough. It's really the first couple of levels where the boards are just not strong enough. Bottom lane though, Joe Cam taking a lot of damage, but he does have very far. But yeah, just going back to the boars, it's hard to kill him if the Venger's are always on top of the Bane, and Bloodseeker's not a hero that can actually deal with the boars as well. It's just really at level 3 when the boars are 2 points, alright, that's going to be an issue. Because you can't kill them fast enough, you can't really sap them down, and they pack a punch.
First blood!
First blood. It is as expected, yes.
Axe is impressed.
Great start.
Denied.
Yep, and because it's one of the most contested heroes, if not, I think the #1 contested hero currently in this tournament, it still has a decent win rate. It's still over 50% win rate, which means that even if you are picking it, you're not really going to have a downside of picking it early into the draft. And as you mentioned, it's the flexibility. It's the fact that you can play in multiple roles, and you can change his build, you can change his skill build as well in the early couple of levels, and that gives him that element of flexing it no matter how or when you pick it. And it's just a very solid hero when it gets to the mid game. It's just a couple of items. Even as a support, you just really need a blink dagger, and you just create the chaos. You can start the fight, you can be the backline initiation, and it's just a lot of utility as well.
Thank these embers. Well,
Your desolation and the world's are one.
Top lane.
Must be dreaming.
Dire's courier has been slain.
Yep, but it's only gonna get harder because Seri, he is rushing the Helmet Dom. He got the Quelling Blade with Tango and nothing else. And he's only recipe off, I believe, currently. Yep, as you can see, the crown is being ferried by the Vengeful Spirit, just TPing up there. And then once that Helmet Dom comes online, I would expect the Ember or some other hero rotating towards Seri's lane to just secure that tier 1 tower. And that's when Galaxy Racer will have to decide, are we going to fight into it, or are we going to just try to trade? If they try to trade, it's not that easy. Top lane again.
If I can't have you, no one will.
Yeah, I guess that would be the main case. Bloodright, sure, it's pretty good if you can combo, and this is one of those lanes you could potentially Nightmare into the Bloodright, but the problem is the boar can wake him up. So even if you try to do a combo, the boar will wake him up, and then the Nightmare Bloodright just doesn't work effectively, and that's one of the other reasons why Bloodright not being maxed out in a lane like this. In your dream, I would assume he would be going for the traditional build-up, the Maelstrom, farming the Tri, or the Ancients area in general, and just trying to be very efficient. They don't necessarily have a hard carry, but they have a lot of cores that can be very effective with a couple of items, such as this Leshrac. And I think you mentioned it before as well, it's one of those heroes that with the head start, he can create a lot of impacts, a lot of openings for his team. Speaking of openings.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Axe sheds a tear for Radiant's courier. Metaphorically speaking, Axe does not actually cry.
Yeah.
Cold wind blows.
welcomes me home.
Yeah, and this is not the first time I've seen Galaxy Racer just constantly making moves with the Bane. We casted a game as well recently where their duo support was just constantly on the move, and this time around it's just Blossom, but he's got some nice follow-up damage from Alacrity. You can, you know, set up with the Nightmare for the Split Earth. They stole the stacks as well, and that's really thanks to the ward they've placed there preemptively, allowing themselves to kind of go there uncontested, take the stacks off the Ember Spirit or even off the Clinks. You could clear it out with the Burning Barrage, and now they're going to be left to only stacking Ancients. My pro not really doing the greatest of jobs at stacking Ancients, whereas he was focusing mainly on the hard camp. Yep. Yeah, one of the big problems here on the draft of Galaxy Racer is they need to get kills to take towers. And for example, that bottom fight there, well, not necessarily fight, they used the Brew to try and kill the Pangolier so that they can take the tower. But because he managed to survive from the Brew ultimate, he's still going to be a nuisance, and he's going to try and keep this tower alive or just leech for his level 6. But the key is Seri. Seri needs his helmet on, which is on the way. He needs to use that to get an advantage on the top lane.
Mourn me. Your life cycle ends. You! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, and they're doing a great job at it. Sure, this bottom tower will die eventually, and they don't really have the best heroes to take towers fast. So the fact that they're actually trading it, and they're taking it first is pretty damn good for Galaxy Racer. However, what I do like to see is Blossom. He's just making sure that he can get these camps blocked off. They did get scattered out and they cleared the sentry, but they also have that ward there that is revealing my pro. So Blossom in a great position here to try and set up for a play for his team.
Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is in water. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Killing spree. Despair.
It's time for your cremation.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're the team that's... They should have a slower start. They obviously have very strong individual cores, but the fact that they got a little bit more than they should have in the laning phase is allowing them to have this faster tempo coming out of these lanes. In your dream, of course, he's going to be playing in the triangle. He just wants to make sure that these 3 camps are going to be cleared every single minute it spawns. And he's got the Maelstrom. He is starting to max up the Blood Rage for the attack speed, so he's got 150 attack speed already. With this double damage, he clears it literally in no time. But Galaxy Racer, even though technically they have a weaker mid game, it's not necessarily true if they can actually accelerate their farm with the head start from the laning phase, and they play this more aggressive but at the same time very efficient playstyle with Alacrity on the Lesh, playing with the BO2s, and you also have in your dream on this Bloodseeker who had a head start with the early Maelstrom with max Blood Rage. So they're going to scale very quickly. They're going to ramp up in a way that maybe MY cannot keep up, and MY, they need to be very cautious about this because they need to still farm for their item timings, but at the same time not get caught out and look at top.
Well, it was kind of expected, right?
I think so. Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Yep. They just haven't stacked enough, and because they prioritized the hard camp and it got stolen, it even hurts them more. If they prioritize stacking both camps, both the Ancients as well as the hard camp, that's fine. But he just hasn't been able to go into the Ancients at an earlier timing to clear them at a faster pace. It just kind of snowballs his early game efficiency. If you were to go there, clear it, and then the next 3 minutes it's stacked again, he already had the Maelstrom by then. I don't know, it just doesn't feel like they're really being as efficient as they could. And at the same time, their tempo maker, Seri, has been getting shut down. And this is exactly what I was talking about when they picked this Beastmaster during the drafting phase and I saw the Bloodseeker. I knew straight away that the emphasis for Galaxy Racers were to play it fast, slow down the Beastmaster's advantage, early game advantage, and just they're going to keep trying to pick him apart because he's the only hero here that can create some sort of space until the other heroes are online. And they've done a great job so far, Colossus with these smokes setting up the grip, Leshrac always playing into the Beastmaster when the lane is already shoved out pretty quite far. But Mizu now with the Midas, he's going to just be around his team and make sure that they don't lose any team fights. And if they don't lose any team fights, they will just keep up this pace. And there's nothing MY can do unless they get that chance of
to the impurity.
at least winning a skirmish and getting outside of their map. Yeah. It's even worse because Galaxy Racers are being efficient while they were trying to... I mean, MY is like, oh, well, they're all missing. They might just be smoking into us. But in reality, they're actually just jungling. They're all farming. So not only are you losing out on being efficient yourself, but Galaxy Racers is farming the process while you're doing nothing. And that's why it's already a 5k gold lead at 13 minutes into the game, as well as almost it's a 3.5k experience lead. So quite significant already. You see a lot of the supports claiming items. You almost see... He's going for the Maelstrom. He's almost got the Maelstrom. And yes, the Eidolons on Pelosin will be coming out shortly as well.
Illusion.
It's going to be specifically 3 items. It's the Brewmaster Axe, it's the Bloodseeker BKB, and it's also Kaya's Sage. But they do see an opening here where Beastmaster is playing top alone. They have that wall that's scared of them out, and they're actually going to invade the jungle because they know that's where the clinch should be.
Under attack!
You surpass the master. See nature's black.
It's time for you to rest.
Max is pleased!
Yeah. I like what they've been doing here. They made sure that they had enough of a lead that if they were to run into the enemy side of the map, they're just not going to be able to contest. And I definitely think MY had the advantage there when it came to positioning. They made sure that they could actually get the jump for the Pangolier. The problem is that once he got ruptured, Pangolier's got no play. Beastmaster essentially right now is just a roar and an aura, so he doesn't really provide much damage for his team. Every time he used his balls, Mizu actually dispelled it with his Storm Panda. And it just became very, very difficult for MY to actually utilize their tools. The other problem as well is even the Flame Guard is dispellable. Put all off, as you mentioned before, Joe Camp with that beautiful shackle, just securing 2 of their heroes, and that was pretty much the cherry on top in that fight.
I'm seeing red. And it's amazing!
Yeah. They're so fat already. Kaya Sange, BO2 Lesh, Aghanim's Midas on the Brewmaster at 17 minutes, and the BKB Maelstrom on Bloodseeker as well. And the thing is, their farming efficiency with these type of heroes are already fast enough, but giving them a head start makes it even worse.
Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important...
Oh my god. Shackle.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Another fails to see.
Is under attack.
Alright. Well, a great fight nonetheless for MY there. They found a little opening here. A couple of mistakes from Galaxy Racer. They didn't actually bring enough numbers. They didn't have the Brewmaster's Axe on him yet. Oh my god, this Shackle's gotta go, man.
I crack the bones of Earth.
And right now, Galaxy Racer, I mean, if they want to slow down the game, they could. But they do have all their items available. They also have an Arcane Rune bottled up on Alacrity. So if they were to clear out the bottom lane, I could see Alacrity actually just BOTing into the remaining members of the team. But he could also TP into the smoke. Let's see what Galaxy Racer is thinking. But it looks like they do want to make a move as the 4 individuals besides Alacrity are grouping up. And there we go, there's the smoke.
My secrets to imbalance.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Have a little humility.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. He's got a couple of timings. Right now it's only going for the BKB, so it's not that scary. He's just gonna stay back and do his job by burning barrage and just trying to right click as much as possible. Level 18 is pretty big. Obviously, you're getting extra damage from the death pack as well as health. But mainly the damage is coming from Crystallis eventually once he gets it. The problem is you'd like to go Skadi into Crystallis, especially in a game like this where they have Thirst, they also have Spell Lifesteal. But I don't think he can afford to go for a Skadi here. I think he actually might have to get a casual Crystallis before he decides to go for Skadi, if he does go Skadi. And just amplify a little bit more damage. And therefore, the Burning Barrage with the Venge, Wave of Terror, and potentially Zora will be doing more damage.
Broken sand down into little pieces.
Never refuse good.
Yeah. And there's actually a couple of items on their side that could really change the outcome of some of these fights. My pro, even though positioned for Vengeful Spirit, could obtain that Aghanim Scepter. Obviously a pretty big tempo item for them. You also have Beastmaster, who's just going to be providing some sort of utility aura. He's not actually going for the Helm of Dom upgrade. Yeah, he's decided to go for the pipe instead, making sure that the Leshrax's magical damage is negated to some extent for his team. And on top of that, you also have Aghanims on BB in about 1,000 gold. You got the Blink Dagger very shortly on Lion Axe, which makes it a lot easier to actually get your roll more effective. Because right now he's just rolling in and then you're getting ruptured. Or in the scenario, if you got Blink, you can at least get the target immediately with the double roll damage and the lockdown. And even if you do rupture him, he's already kind of done his duty. Speaking of Lion Axe, though,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gallantry and folly are common bedfellows.
Regeneration.
yeah. Well, Seri, he's making sure he's sticking around. Okay, now he's decided to TP. He acknowledged that there's no chance to actually make a move here. He doesn't actually have balls available for as well as free. So he's just going to group up with his team. I think they're still waiting on BB's Aghanims before they make a move, because they do have the Blink Dagger and the Pangolier. And you can tell that my pro is now on the kind of more selfish approach. He is really wanting that Aghanims, and they've given him the jungle for that reason itself. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like they want to fight, and it doesn't look like they can. They don't have those items just yet, so they're going to just try and trade whatever they can. The problem is they might actually force high ground here, because In Your Dream does have an Aegis. They do have the Brewmaster ultimate ×2, which means they can use it to zone people out while In Your Dream hits the buildings. It's not an easy high ground, this is melee heroes. And the Diabolic Dig, great against towers, sure, but it is pure damage, so it doesn't do as much damage to towers anymore.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. If Axe was a tower, he would never fall. Helpless sounds of begging are coming from Radiant's top barracks. Where?
Gold for my top.
To the impurities.
Yeah, it is. But now they're a little bit split up here. Leshrax's going to show face bottom. He does have BO2, so he can connect middle. The Micros, do they want to go in?
Haste. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blood is mine.
In the pain.
Another life for the King Mage.
red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep.
Dire's
Yeah, and they're
middle
just
tower
making
is
sure the
under
lanes are
attack.
shelved. Middle lane was pushed out as well. Linex has been playing around the top side, and they might be looking to set up
Dire's
again.
middle
But
tower is
however,
under
this
attack.
time around, Colossus is actually going to be out. In fact, they got the grip.
Mega kill!
Try.
The casual global gale force to also amplify the rupture damage. Yeah. And that's I just can't believe it's a global. Honestly, Gale Force should not be a global whatsoever. Seri?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim right now, and I just don't really see what MY is playing for anymore, because they do have some of their items. Aghanims, I guess, still not available on the Vengeful Spirits, as well as Scotty coming up soon on KNP. But even if they were to finish the Ags as well as the Scotty right now, they're just so behind in terms of net worth as well as
Dire's middle
experience.
tower is
And
under attack.
fighting into Galaxy Racer will be even harder because of this casual Wind Waker pickup, which allows them to prevent the effectiveness of their stuns. Potentially if they roar, you just Wind Waker your teammate, and now that guy's going to survive, then the lack of initiation or the lack of stuns coming from MY is going to kind of show itself that they're not going to be able to lock anyone to actually burn them down. And on top of that, the damage is lacking. There's no crystals in the points.
I've already paid my pound of flesh. The blue suit.
The red mist
It
spreads
just seems like
at
they're
Radiant's
playing
middle tower. Dire's
in a
top
way that
tower
there's
is
no
under
hope
attack.
that they're dragging out the game. And there we go, another initiation.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's towers are fortified, just like Axe. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Axe is tempted to join the Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen. Wicked sick! Axe is pleased!
Bleed your last.
Yeah, I would say it's quite over, because it just doesn't seem like MY has, like, just as a perspective, like an observer perspective, you can kind of tell that they don't really have not just the items to fight, but even the will. It just seems like they're splitting up the game, but then they're just getting picked apart, or they're not really gaining net worth regardless of splitting up the game. There's really nothing to play for. The game drags out at this stage is always going to be in favor of Galaxy Racer, just because of how much more they have and how much more they can accelerate their next couple of items. And they're just casually doing a rush while Joey Cam's doing a distraction.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire! Axe could lie about Radiant denying its middle tower, but no one would believe Axe!
Yeah, I'm just trying to theorize right now in my head, how does M1 come back? And the best way is really just defending high ground. Galaxy Racer forces the issue, but then they either get swapped into the wall on a key target, and they force Galaxy Racer to go and help them out, but then they have to jeopardize their position to get in that position. And while the Clinks can just stay back in Burning Barrage, you have BB as well who can slide Fist Searings. But the problem I see is there's just so many items, they're so tanky. They have Aegis, they can use the Brewmaster ult to just siege in. They're doing exactly that. They're using the Blood Rage as well to amplify the Demolish from the Earth Panda. They don't even have to commit actual heroes to take a Rax. It's just that easy for them to play.
Bear to watch.
Wounded, you and I.
There we go. Swap.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks have fallen. Axe wishes it was you instead. Godlike! Double kill! As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. Pity. They were nice. Axe would never whine like Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps. Proving they are no hacks, Dire takes the day. Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. Dominating!
Push mo yan sa top right.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing gaze.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadow will take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of hate.
What is Topia's thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's change.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming.
Yeah.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
Look.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Veiled the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
Lord
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't believe this.
If just like a red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Much like cordwood before axes hatch, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with 5 seconds remaining. Is taking Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I felt that MY had a decent draft and some sort of strategy they could play around, but Galaxy Racer just outclassed them. And it's going to be hard to kind of go into game number 2 with that in your mind. It's like, okay, well, we had this game plan. We felt that we had a good enough draft to actually win the game, but then we just got crushed from early to all aspects of the game. We couldn't stack, we couldn't clear the stacks, we couldn't play for a tower advantage, we couldn't play for map control, we couldn't play for our timings. So now we're going to have to go back into game number 2 with what kind of draft? Are we just going to play more individualistic pub mentality draft where everyone can kind of make their own plays? Or are we going to stick to our guns and play a draft revolving around some sort of timing like they did last game? Some sort of timing like the Lycan TA, obviously. Lycan most likely being banned out again because that's what happened last game. And it's one of their best win rate heroes for a reason. But I don't think Galaxy Racer is going to give them that opportunity. And if you look at the bans, there's the big bad wolf.
Radiant team pick. Dire team.
Lena.
Rubik. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just the way I see it is like with Omni you can play really revolving around anything. As you mentioned, you can play around the carry timings, you can play hard carries and allow this Omni Knight to cover it and protect it until the either, you know, the type of carrier comes online, or you just want to keep them alive in the fight, so you can do that. But you can also do what Ragdolls did when I first saw them utilizing it, and they actually were playing with the Shadow Fiend. They just made sure that the cores that could siege were getting beefed up, and that's just because of how much strength the Heavenly Grace is providing and making sure that he won't die either, because you got the Omni to back you up and you can take the towers, you open up the map, therefore you can start invading the enemy jungle. You can kind of go into any approach with this Omni Knight, and that's the beautiful thing about it, that even though you are first picking it, it's just a nuisance. And MY, they've gone for the Rubik, but I'm not sure if that's good enough. It's a very low win rate hero currently. I believe it's below 20% in this tournament, and the only times I really see Rubik being picked up is when it's versing Omni, and the fact that it's still losing most of the time is quite concerning, which means it's not really a good enough hero to deal with Omni, even though you are stealing some of his spells at times. Rubik is very lane-centric, but Omni is very good at keeping the lane stable by not allowing anyone to die, and that's one of the key factors there. Even though you can steal the Omni spell, your lane is not really going to go in your favor as a Rubik, and you only can really play the Rubik as a position 4 these days. If you play it as a position 5, it's a bit lackluster. It needs a bit of time and items as well to actually be impactful in the mid game. So traditionally you want to run it as a 4 because you can kind of fit those key areas that he lacks.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban. Radiant
Yeah, it
team
seems like
pick.
Galaxy Racer here as well has a clear understanding where the lead is going to go, because as I mentioned before, Rubik's mainly been played as a 4. You can't really flex the lead anymore. Sure, you can lean a 5, but then you have a lean of a Rubik. Just it's so clunky, and then you're so reliant on other picks to actually fix the initiation as well as the primary stun. So it's most likely going to be lead and mid, and therefore the Shadow Fiend pick. It's a hero that can play against Luna just because you can spam raises, you can bottle refill very easily with the water runes, and with the Omni to back you up later on, it prevents the Lina from actually getting those level 6 kill timings, especially if the Rubik were to gank potentially. You got the Heavenly Grace to kind of keep him out of trouble, either be a reactive TP, either be just a preemptive setup. The Omni Knight will be able to kind of just fit in that role where he needs to make sure the key targets that MY wants to punish won't be punished, and the Omni at the same time can be stacking the camps while he's making the move towards the middle lane eventually. Where MY now, I think they're just going to bank in more of an aggressive strategy. We talked about it a little bit as well, as like if you go for a composition revolving around time, it doesn't work. You're going to have to fall into something else, and going for more individualistic, strong lanes and kind of more kill aspect kind of draft would suit that area. But I'm not sure if it's going to work for Galaxy Racer in game number 2, because like already with this Omni Knight pick, it kind of counteracts that. And I feel like, yeah, okay, I was going to say they're going to go for more defensive tools, and Vengeful Spirit's already being there. Alright, well, I think you're right. I think it's an Omni Punch.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Medusa.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it could be carry Pudge, but it could also just be a Pudge offlane here. And against Medusa as a Pudge offlane, it doesn't feel right, just because you can't really do anything to the Medusa. The ET is going to be able to just smack your head in with his briefcase, and Pudge, already pretty low armor, is not really going to be able to actually land there. Now it makes me wonder, are they really going to put the Pudge in the offlane knowing that? Or are they going to just run the Pudge carry, pick a different offlaner that has a good time against the Medusa ET, and then play for strong lanes and their strong timings revolving around the level 7 Omni Knight with the level 4 points of Heavenly Grace, either be on the Shadow Fiend, either be on the Pudge, and just keep brawling. Pudge actually kind of good against Medusa as well, because Medusa is all about positioning. You can always swap her in, but you also can hook her in a scenario that her team isn't really backing her up, but in the scenario that they are backing her up, you could always just do the hook, force the enemy team to come forward, and then you can initiate on the backline. But they don't really have the tools to do that. They don't have the tools to get on the backline after they hook the Medusa. So it's very likely that Galaxy Race is just going to try and outrange the Medusa, either be with a Dragonlance build up on Shadow Fiend, with the Crystallis playing around the Vengeful Aura, as well as the defensive approach that they have with the Omni Knight and the Vengeful Spirit swap. I think that really is what I would like to see so far, but they do go for the Slark, so it is a Pudge offlane.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
Yeah, they have a draft that's very reliant again on Seri. The only one who can actually start fights is Seri here. They gotta make sure their lanes go well, because otherwise then they don't really have the tools to play around the Sanking. Sanking definitely needs stacks in a game like this, but at the same time, KNP playing on the Medusa will probably be taking stacks as well, especially ancient stacks. BB, I mean, he's kind of in a similar position. It's a lane that can go either way, depending on rotations as well, but regardless, I think they should be able to trade farm in the middle lane. So again, it goes back into the Seri. Does Seri actually get a game? It is going to be a Slark. Well, actually, it's a Venge 3, it's Pudge 4, and yeah, it's a Slark with the Omni Knight. So you were right, JoeCam is playing the Pudge here. And I'm not sure if the Sanking is going to have a good game against the Slark Omni. Seems like it's pretty hard to... I mean, you can play in the lane, because you got Caustic Finale against the double melee, but eventually gets to a stage where the Slark can just steal stats and stay on top of you, especially since the Omni can keep him healthy. So I'm very curious to see how the safe lane for the Slark actually pans out.
Prepare for battle! 30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, and so far out of 9 games, Slark, I believe, has only lost 2 games. Of course, Slark has been picked to counter specific heroes as the Batrider, but nonetheless, if Batrider or no Batrider, Slark just seems to have quite a lot of impact. And I think a lot of it comes down to the hard carry matchups these days. You don't see as many hard scaling cores such as the Terrorblade, and Slark is very aggressive in the laning phase. Beautiful.
Blood!
You were the first to leave this plane.
Yeah. Well, lanes are looking pretty standard. I'm wondering how this bottom lane is going to go. I definitely don't think it'll be in favor of Galaxy Racer, as they won't be able to really pressure the Medusa, and the ET just has so much more impact in comparison to a position for Pudge. However, if the hooks are good, I guess they can catch him off position. But Jocam's actually just securing the range creep there for the hook, because it actually instantly kills creeps now, besides Ancients. But Mizu's, I mean, he's struggling to even stay in the lane.
Justice! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Yep, and especially because it's a double melee matchup, then it definitely gives a lot more value than it should. You should be able to get some farm. Maybe in your dream, once he hits level 3 with 2 points of Essence Shift, it could be a problem. But Peloson is actually just
not for the likes of you.
Going to secure the water rune top side. Alacrity gets the bottom one. BB, who is bringing the bottle, he's not necessarily going to need it because he's quite healthy when it comes to the Martin and health department. And yeah, I mean, the mid lane just looks like a trade overall. Alacrity clears the side camp, but BB is more emphasized on actually playing and controlling the lane. Bottom lane is definitely advantageous for MY, as Mizu is struggling to get a bit of CS, but he's getting enough out of the lane. It's just once the CT runs at you, you just don't have a play whatsoever. You can't go for the kill, but at the same time, you can't really contest the lane itself. And unless they get a really good hook and they're out of position, I don't see how they get back in this lane. Well, Sari's having a good game, and this is the one factor I was a little concerned about. Last game, very similar as well. They shut him down, and there was just no real game for him to kind of set a pace for his team. This game, again, the sole initiation, the sole playmaker in his team. Sure, Lina could rotate and alleviate pressure, but not necessarily her duties to start fights and make rotations, whereas Sari, he's got boots, he's got soaring already, pretty nice starts, and getting a blink dagger will not really take too much time off. But Jocam, Gigi Smoke play mid.
for that.
Yeah.
Purified.
To you, my loyalty.
Yeah, I mean, they're trading, but it's definitely great for M1 to have Seri on the top network just because he is the enabler for his team. It'll get to a stage where In Your Dream gets level 6 and then Omni can leave him alone. Omni will just decide to start stacking for Lacrity or In Your Dream himself. And eventually, Seri, sure, he can still trade farm, but you're just not going to be able to pressure the Slark, and you're going to have to bring numbers to deal with the Slark, or you just completely ignore him and just decide that, well, you can't kill the Slark, let's prioritize elsewhere, and that's where the blink needs to come in. But Seri, he's going for the phase boots, so he's going to be emphasizing more on playing early aggression, either through lanes or contesting jungle camps, and oh my goodness.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, Linux. Yeah, and right now I think M1 needs to decide what the plan is. Either just going to be trading and farming because Galaxy Race is coming to be more aggressive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kill me? Or don't think.
That was hot.
Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications.
But yeah, I mean, they've actually ditched Mizu completely, which I'm
Dire's top
thinking it's a
tower
bad
is under
idea,
attack.
but he's got to make sure he gets something out of the lane.
Oh my god, the hook!
I'll take that.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks.
One less friend.
On your knees.
Yeah, it's very likely that's going to be the case. I don't think they're going to be making any aggressive moves until Seri actually gets the blink dagger. So him covering the bottom lane, technically the dead lane, is actually ideal for them. Obviously the rotation was more so to actually help out KNP, but it's kind of working out that way as well in terms of trying to secure the lane and just making sure that these towers are not broken yet. However, I don't think Galaxy Racer cares too much. It's not like their draft relies on opening up this bottom tower. They're just trying to be as efficient as possible and looking for some opportunities, utilizing their counter's hook. You can see that Lacrity is just farming the triangle at the same time. In Your Dream, as he gets picked off in the bottom side, kind of lingering around a little bit too far from his safety zone. But as I was mentioning, I mean, both cores on the side of Galaxy Racer, both Slark as well as the Shadow Fiend, are just being extremely efficient. And you look at the network, they're currently top of the leaderboard. But it's not just that. Paulson's also stacking. They're getting levels in the middle lane. Mizu, unfortunately for him, he's on the sack duties. No one's going to be playing around him unless someone ganks him at the tower. And then there might be some rotations defensively. But besides that, I think they're just going to keep leaving him alone. And he might die a couple of times for it.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
I love the build up here as well. As I mentioned, Dragonlance here extremely good with not only the Omni Knight, but also with the Vengeful Spirit that is buffing up your physical damage with the Vengeance Aura, but also at the same time have the negative armor strat of the President of the Dark Lord, but also with the Wave of Terror. So you have two defensive approaches, but you also have some aggressive approaches. In Dragonlance, you can actually outrange the Medusa as well. Hawk as well. That's another one we weren't actually talking about in consideration of defensive approach. Oh my god! Don't have the cast animation as well, whereas the Pudge does, which makes it a little bit less unpredictable. A little less predictable in general. Alacrity though, he's trying to get his beacon to beat the hook.
Next! That should help. Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower.
Have you seen that meme? It's like honorable mentions, and then it's a Rubik with 16 Pudge hook kills, and then you see the Pudge with only like 8 Pudge hook kills.
Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Yeah, and they have the tools for it. I mean, with the hook now, it's easier to take towers because once you start defending it, if you get caught by one hook, you're just gonna lose the fight immediately. So it's either you wrap around them with smoke, or you bring numbers immediately so that the Rubik actually gets punished right after the fight breaks. But at the same time, we see Blink Dagger on Seri. He's setting up. He does have Epicenter, but not enough damage to actually kill Mizu here. Maybe he's waiting for a TP from one of his teammates, but until then, I think he's just going to linger and see for a chance for it to happen. I think he doesn't want to risk it. He wants BO2 on the Lina here, because the TP is only 10 seconds off. He might consider going for it. No. Don't want to risk it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Which one is it?
middle tower is under attack!
Held your feet to the fire.
Dire's middle tower has fallen! They could be worse. Or could it?
The armor have omniscience. No sorceries avail.
But not for milk.
Money to burn.
I can never really find these games too serious when you have a Pudge and a Rubik wrestling each other. It's just, it's so entertaining, but at the same time, it's actually working out. The Medusa's doing a lot in these fights, but the problem about it is that they have so much mobility on the side of Galaxy Racer. I really like this Blink Dagger approach as well from In Your Dream, because they don't really have the best heroes to actually start fights. Sure, eventually Pudge gets a blink, but you don't really want the Pudge to blink in and bite, because if he does do that, we might see some counter initiation on MY's side, and Pudge will just die in 2 seconds. On the other hand, if the Slark initiates for your team, you have the Dark Pact, you got the Shadow Dance, you got the ability to stand your ground, utilizing the Heavenly Grace as well, and you want him to get stats. You don't want a bursty fight, you want a fight that prolongs, and this Slark gets a lot of essence shift, and therefore he's gonna scale better in the longer duration of the fight goes. And against Medusa, you kind of just want to bait out some spells as well. You don't really want to commit heavily, because if you do, Stone Gaze goes off, they stun, you die. But if you can reset, then you just don't have that ability of killing the Slark once these abilities are down on the side of MY. And MY, they need to look for opportunities, because they know that fighting head-on is not going to be that simple. They're not going to be able to take that many objectives. So they need to split up the map a little bit, clear the lanes, set up some kills with Seri as well as the BO2 from BB, and just play around their timings. Either it be the BKBs coming out, either it be some utility items, and then eventually once Medusa feels strong enough, they'll go high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Oh my god.
Much like cordwood before
look,
Axe's axe,
alacrity.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you got the negative armor from not only the Desolator as well as the his own passive, the Presence of the Dark Lord, but you also have the Venge Terror. You got the Venge Aura, which amplifies your damage. You got the Venge Ags as well.
Top tower
So
is
it
under
looks
attack.
like both teams are actually playing around some specific timing, and I'm wondering how they feel.
Dire's top tower is under attack! Killing spree!
Ooh, thanks.
Blessings!
Yeah, 100%. And they're gonna try to keep fishing. Both teams have a mid lane ward here, spawning it out. This sentry actually just reveals it as well. Do they actually have vision? Yes, they do. But, well, at least they know where the ward is now. They just need to commit another sentry once they get to that high ground. But Mizu, he wants to swap, but he doesn't actually have it available yet. Yeah.
Purified! Fear not heresy.
Right now, they're just gonna wait out until he spawns. He's got the Essence Ring as well, so he's quite tanky with the wand threads as well as the Aghanim's. He's going for the generic builds. Instead of Manta, he's going for the SNY, so he wants to tank up a little bit more. And the status is obviously very good, especially considering that they also have the Omni's Heavenly Grace as well. And against all these, I guess, individual targeted stunts, I guess Bar Strike could be more than one target, but in most cases it'll be just to initiate with the epicenter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Mega kill!
Yep. No big downtime here. Sure, you don't have the Requiem and the Shadowden. Shadowden's only 30-second cooldown, but you have that siege prowess, so you also have the defensive tools here on the side of Galaxy Race. It should be a pretty easy tier 1 take in the middle lane, but it's not just that. They're going to open up the map, which means they're going to be able to get some wards out, either be in the triangle, either be in the middle lane, or even the primary jungle. But it looks like they're making their way towards the triangle. They've gotten water, and they're going to Shred Rush, and because they have so much negative armor, it won't take very long to do so. However, it did get scouted out immediately once we started it.
It's the humiliation.
All wands will break.
A little bit messy though. Oh my god, what are they doing here? Are they trying to set up a Venge Cliff spot? Does that even work? I thought there's like this interaction. If you try to do plays like this, they have mobility for a brief time. Unless they've changed that again. And I'm not remembering it. But here we go. Look like this.
Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals. Spree! Double kill!
Just let you free.
Dominating! Triple kill! No sorceries avail. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Well, Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's just high ground. I mean, they could have decided to just go back and take Roshan here, and it would be pretty much uncontested unless the heroes are still dead. But they will be able to get a tower and a Rax as well, because there is... I mean, there was buybacks available. I'm surprised they actually just decided to give it up, because now with this Rax being down, it means covering lanes will be a lot harder. Sure, they have the BO2s on BB, but going outside of the base is going to be definitely a difficult task at hand, and they need to make these smoke play to work, because if they don't, then they're going to be losing the Roshan, and then your dream actually breaks them. So that's best case scenario for Galaxy Racers.
Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top.
All ones will break.
Hey, I'm calling it fast.
Radiant's top
But I mean, sure, they got a big lead, and they're gonna have the Aegis as well. It's gonna be very hard to go to defend high ground here, because sure, you could potentially stomp, you could get a couple of stuns off the Mystic Snake with Creep Waves, but it doesn't really matter. Even if you clear Creep, as long as there's no backdoor projection, Alacrity's going to be able to just clean that tower very quickly. And you can see by his talent tree, he's was going for the pure damage builds. He's also got the presence of RFX buildings, which means he's going to have not only the Desolator negative armor, but also his aura. Therefore, taking down these towers will be so fast, especially since he can put it from a very far position, just because he's got the Dragon Lance. Yeah, it looks rough.
Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower has fallen. If Axe was a tower, he would never fall.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Yeah.
I'll take that. Illusion.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, it's pretty clear that they've actually talked about this kind of strategy, even though the Podge might be a little bit of a gimmick, but they also have the defensive hook, they have the defensive dismember as well now, and because he's got Blink Dagger, worst case scenario, Alacrity gets caught out, you can just blink in and bite him and keep him healthy. You got the Heavy Embrace, you got Holy Locket, heals, they got the stop too.
Radiant's towers are fortified, just like Axe. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Healing shock. Fear nothing.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Be more Axe-like. Radiant's top tower has fallen! Axe was not involved. No more top barracks for the Radiant. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. No more top barracks for the Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, that's two sides now. Bottom is, well, I guess they're on their way there. They've already cleared the jungle. They made sure that the lane is shoved out. Mizu is in the vicinity, and right now, defending that tier 2, I think that's definitely no chance that they can actually contest this one. You have to defend high ground. You need to find these opportunities when you can catch them. Either it be force-staffing the enemy in like they did and then getting the stun off, putting themselves in a bad position. Obviously Galaxy Racer has a lot of tools to disengage as well as to protect each other, as we keep mentioning throughout the whole game. But MY, I mean, they're gonna have to make some sort of desperate play. Either be what I just mentioned, either be a wraparound. It doesn't look wraparounds will actually work out in a game like this because they're 12k or 13k network deficits. So they're just gonna have to try and burst.
No sorceries avail. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Not to pick sides, but actually favorite barracks have dire now. This is going to be sick. Monster kill! Double kill! Godlike! Triple kill! Axe-like! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire victory! Dominating!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold, my searing blade. Bonus!
Gago!
The spirit is willing, but the
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of hate.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Judging the flame.
Five heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming.
Yeah, I should.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Veiled the veil.
Discover what lies
Shadow.
Lord
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
speedy rune.
Let's go.
Rune of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills!
They collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
believe this.
If, just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's Hash, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Gago!
Max is pleased. Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Very fucking nice, boys.
Shadows, take us.
Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Killing spree! Red triple kill at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan was a worthy foe.
Push mo yan sa top right.
Vanish.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Be ensnared in fire.
Adios, huh?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Adios, huh?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Killing spree! Triple kill! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Style. Axes, please!
Smash there from the hellbent. Liquid will punish OG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's mine.
The rune of invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Double kill!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Axes, please! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Be more axe-like. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. The red mist is going to be Axes, please!
Take me!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Points away.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Nyx was being prioritized ban slash pick a lot of the time it was open. We haven't seen that much of it as of late. I think as well, surge of Night Stalkers, surge of these heroes that Nyx doesn't really have a place into. Then I think that's one of the reasons why Nyx has been losing popularity recently. However, this Bane pick, especially for Galaxy Racer, it's been very successful, very popular as well in other regions. I think the fact that it's got little tweaks in a lot of his spells, extra damage on his Nightmare, he's got the cast point improvement on his ultimate. It just seems like the hero itself is a lot more viable, and because it is an aggressive hero with strong laning emphasis, and he also has defensive approaches, it makes it a little bit more versatile. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Shadow Demon, but a little better in my opinion. But yeah, the Mirana, we've seen it time and time again. They just do this dual buddy system making these plays, and Nyx into the Mirana. What's your thoughts about this one?
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Lycan's more player dependent. I mean, if you don't have a Lycan player, it's really hard to make use of a Lycan, even though it is pretty damn good win rate so far in this tournament.
Radiant team
I think it's only lost one game, and even against the underdog teams have won games with the Lycan, so that kind of shows how powerful this hero is. Now, the problem I have is that Galaxy Racer, they already have two heroes that is good against top teams. Sure, Mirana can deal with the egg, and as you mentioned, if they have ways of solving that problem, either be to protect the egg with some other hero, not allowing the Mirana to just get the right clicks in. Yeah, that's true, but now you're going to have to pick a hero that can actually protect the Phoenix. Pangolier, not very good against Bane as well. You can grip him during his Rolling Thunder, so not a tool that you can abuse to protect that egg to begin with, just because of the Bane factor. And Galaxy Racer, they're picking these heroes that they're very comfortable on as an opener, but it's not just they're comfortable on, it's really good against the opener of top teams. So it's already giving them a big advantage just based on the opening picks. And it makes it easy for Galaxy Racer to pick their remaining heroes, where top team actually needs to kind of solve some of the issues at hand.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Puck!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Still a
remaining.
very solid hero. It's definitely a hero that Hung would have liked to play as well, so it's kind of denying him from going into that approach. Heroes left open that looked really good as well was the Storm Spirit, and Storm Spirit has a pretty damn good win rate as well, a lot of picks so far in this patch, not just in this tournament, but in other tournaments as well. And Hung, he is a specialist on the Storm. It can kind of go both ways against Park. Obviously in the laning phase, Storm can still farm, Park can find his opportunities, but with the Bane there, alright, we got the Storm, regardless. I was going to say, with the Bane there, it can kind of go both ways. Bane can catch the Storm, and Storm's kind of useless, but at the same time, Storm's a good hero to get to the back lines, because there's not as many reliable stuns besides that coil, then obviously the Storm with the Orca can be a menace here. But yeah, I mean, they go for their comfort. Hung, he doesn't really care. I mean, I've seen some times where they pick Nyx and he still goes Park, he still goes Storm, and he still wins with them, and that's just because of how confident he is on these heroes. And then top team close out their core drafts with the Spectre, which you still don't see the carry matchup. I actually really like the Lifestealer still. The Lifestealer against the Spectre later on is pretty damn good. You could go Silver's Edge on the Lifestealer as well against the Spectre, which gives you the crit but also the break. You got the Lifestealer bomb with the Puck. You also have the ability to hit the egg. They don't really have the best physical right click to deal with the Lifestealer here. So the suggestion you made, I think, is even better now. And they do have a little bit of a problem killing the Storm Spirit, but I guess they still have the Puck as well as the Bane. Maybe they'll pick an offlaner that can kind of close the gap too, and I think that will be solving a lot of their problems. So it really depends what Galaxy Racer feels is the need for their team, but they could also just pick a lane dominant hero against the Spectre. I think that's it.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think so far both teams can play their draft. It just seems a lot easier for Galaxy Racer because they have stronger lanes, they got that movement play that they always do with the Bane, as you mentioned, especially against a hero like Storm who wants to down and get his own efficiency for the first 10 minutes. Bane can really punish that, especially even later on once Bane gets his level 6. It's very hard for the Storm to really get anything done. And the other problem I see is there's no stun. There's only literally the Rolling Thunder and the Storm Spirit's Vortex. So assuming they do catch the Storm, no one can actually cancel the grip. And that's a big problem. If you can get a full length grip in these fights, which is very prone to happen in a game like this, because a lot of heroes will go in, and then the Bane will just sit back, and then sure, Storm can jump him, but in the scenario where Storm is jumping someone else, or Storm gets jumped himself, then there's no way of stopping this Bane from getting his sleep defensively, his grip aggressively, and you also have to deal with the Tombstone, you have to be careful coil. There's just so many threatening issues on the Galaxy Racer side, and the way they play is not necessarily revolving hard carries. They could play for it if they really think it's the game for it, but they just come online very quickly. Even if they play a semi-scaling core tri-core, they just play around their timings. They outgrid you early game, and then they start fighting you because they've already got that greed advantage. And I think Galaxy Racer is going to go for the same approach. Top team, they just need an offlaner here, something with lockdown, something that can probably protect the egg and at the same time catch these nuisance mobile heroes such as the Puck and the Mirana. So I think, I mean, Mars would have been pretty decent, but it is banned out. They go for the Beastmaster instead.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do like that. Oh. Alright, well this is the respect. They banned it themselves because it's just too powerful. But yeah, right now, I mean, Lifesteal, I don't like it as much just because of the Beastmaster pick. You can roll past, the balls are always very annoying. They need... Man, even maybe Terrorblade could work if it's still left open. It's a bit clunky. It's banned as well. It is PA instead. I like this. I hate versing PA as a Beastmaster. It's very easy for the balls to die because the dagger can keep them in place. And you can also blink strike to just secure the kill. Once those balls are out of the way, then it's a lot easier to deal with the Beastmaster in the lane because it just doesn't have that slow, it doesn't have that ability to last it creeps. And if he doesn't have that ability to slow or last it creeps, he's just not going to be able to get that helmet dom at a decent time, and that's when you start getting bullied. But even if the lane goes 50-50, In Your Dream should be very happy. He does have a pretty damn good scaling hero. It's a hero that, with the shot, can deal with the Spectre just because you can break him with it. And it's also very hard to kill her because, sure, you have 2 stuns now. You got the Roar as well as Hung Hung's grab. But at the same time, I don't really see the best follow-up damage to deal with a PA this game. And they can definitely protect her with the sleep. They can protect her with the rip. And it's going to be difficult for top team to get to the late game as well. Just how aggressive the Galaxy Racer laning phase will possibly be. Especially once that Bane starts moving. And we've seen it time and time again. They've made a lot of work with Blossom on that Bane.
What is this? I'll stand by you.
Prepare for battle!
Yeah, I mean, their performance today so far has been looking very solid. They're versing Beastmaster for the 2nd time, which means they will have an even better understanding of the Beastmaster way of playing, or the playstyle the Beastmaster wants to approach. Ashes on the Beastmaster, he is going for the Ring of Protection, so it's not going to be that instant helmet dom rush. He's got the stick as well to deal with the, not deal, but necessarily just kind of get a little bit more sustainability against the PA, since he will be spamming out that Stifling Dagger Now, it does slow down his Helmet Dom or his Helm of Iron Will, and Helm of Iron Will, extremely good against the Phantom Assassins. Getting that additional armor as well as the bonus HP regen allows you to actually play the lane on your own, but without it, it's going to be hard for Eris or even Yassi, depending on who they want to put up top, should be Yassi, to actually leave him alone in the lane.
Normally. Easiest money of my life!
Yeah, I love how you call it Dirge back in Dota 1 days. I mean, there are some heroes that I still call it by the Dota 1 days, like Pit Lord instead of Underlord. But yeah, some of them just can't. I can't change. It's just stuck. It's ingrained, and you can't go back. But yeah, Mizu on the Dirge, I think he's gonna have a pretty damn easy time. Once he gets a couple of more stacks on that decay, he's gonna be able to outlast Hit Slash, out deny. But I'm looking at his build, and I see a Helm of Dominator being queued up.
That is ours.
Top lane. I'm a little worried though about the region game on the side of top team. Ashes only has one tango left, and there is a Salve coming forward. Also,
First blood!
First blood! Oh, let this nightmare never end!
damn, baiting him out completely. They made sure they've killed the boars as well, so they're also losing gold just because the boars are dying. It's a lot of gold as well as experience, even if it's just a level 1. And they get the Observer Reward as well. So Pelosson, he's a very rich man. 685 gold. But I wonder what he's going for. Is it just going to be some more regen and boots? I mean, that's possibly the best way to go about it. Yep, he does got the boots. He's got a couple more regen. And he's just going to be keeping the emphasis on trying to bully the enemy past 4, while In Your Dream gets a little bit more solo experience. But yeah, these boars, I mean, they're level 2 now, and this is where Ashes can be a little bit more aggressive.
A prize!
One of the... Ooh. They're going for it.
Did not think it was possible.
Double corrosion.
Kill!
Alright.
Silence! Behold!
Radiant's
it's a
middle
pretty
tower
interesting
is
top
under
lane.
attack.
So in the dream had the Corrosion, but Ashes actually got the Helm of Iron Will while he was getting chased down. And that's the only reason why I survived, because that 6 additional armor that he was provided by the item itself. However, he's left alone now because of all these rotations happening, but there's not enough mana for Union Dream to actually blink strike here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals.
Yeah, Ashes has been getting completely slowed down. He wants Helmet Dom, but it's going to be very delayed. Not only that, but his levels, but Union Dream's got 4.
Let the fun begin!
Is foul play.
The prize is mine.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
They need to enable
is under
Ashes.
attack.
He's actually
The
quite
red
behind.
mist
He needed the
spreads,
kill
and
as well,
Radiant's
because now he's
middle
going to actually be able to get that
tower
Helmet Dom at a
structures
decent
can take all
timing.
the hurt
If he
Radiant
doesn't, there's
cares
just
to
no
heap upon
possibility
it.
of taking this tower. However, good timings on some of these deaths, or these kills that they've got themselves. And you look at the top tower, this catapult for full creep wave still into play is actually taken. He's already given so much damage. He's already get 1/4 down. Oh.
Regeneration!
Looking for me? Sorcery! Blown away!
A minor problem.
Will you not rise in my presence?
I die feral as I lived.
Out of the veil.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer once again is getting ahead. I do like how Hong Hong is still kind of making his own plays. He won the middle lane, and despite getting ganked, he's still like in a pretty damn good position where he can actually make some movement. And he's also spotted some potential ganks that could have arisen on the Spectre instead. But they still need to emphasize on their own moves. They can't be defensive. They need to play around Ashes. Ashes doesn't have the Helmet on, but he will be getting his level 6 soon. And they need to make sure that this Beastmaster's timing is still enabled. Uh-oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well,
More has come
I guess
to
the major
Radiant's bottom
difference here
tower.
is Mizu's actually pressuring bottom because he's got the Helmet Dom, and the Beastmaster, he's got the Helmet Dom coming. But the good thing is this tower's already significantly lower, and it should just be a trade, a 1-for-1 here. In your dream though, has been farming very well.
Your Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's towers are fortified, just like Axe. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility!
Killing spree! Double kill!
The storm was coming!
Oh no.
Killing spree!
Without merit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Yeah, very dominant early game again. Qiu is being involved in these fights. They're making sure that even if both teams are going for the scaling game, they're getting the heads up, and that means they're going to get majority of the resources either by invading or just getting more map control.
I'm over here!
Strange time.
Axe sheds a tear for Radiant's courier. Metaphorically speaking, Axe does not actually cry.
Seeing stars?
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
They've effectively pushed them out of their own primary jungle, which means two core heroes are going to have to be sharing the triangle, and that's very disgusting. Beastmaster obviously wants to take control of the enemy jungle, but on his own, that's not going to happen, especially since Paulson played a very specific way in the previous game, and he's going to do the exact same. They're going to make sure that they are bringing a couple of heroes here in the primary jungle of their own to make sure Beastmaster is not being very efficient, allowing Ava to kind of share jungle with the Storm. If Storm plays on the side lanes, he's very prone and could potentially get killed if the puck rotates. However, the puck has shown face before, and they do have one defensive ward that's going to be expiring in the bottom right side, but that's really about it. Jokam.
I got it! Unstoppable!
It was not luck, but skill.
Regeneration.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower!
Just wondering, this Spectre, I mean, he's gone for the Blade Mail build, as you said. He's going for Manta now, pretty standard stuff. But I'm not sure if the Blade Mail build will do enough in these fights. It's not really the biggest AoE damage that he could abuse Blade Mail. I guess the armor is nice. Oh, there's the foil.
Sick!
Another put down.
Behold!
Then
Summer night.
Dire's top tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Whoa, what'd I miss?
my pet thanks you.
Yeah, it's looking, it's gonna look grimmer if they can't stabilize the game, because Galaxy Racer, they've shown us once they get a little bit of a lead, they'll abuse that lead, and then they'll start choking you out, preventing you from actually getting much farm. And this is a lineup that requires a lot of farm on top team side. They got the Spectre, they got the Storm, these two heroes. They need some time, but they also need to be having one or two items to be able to confidently go into the fight without getting killed instantly. And sure, I think the Spectre is able to kind of keep up. He's almost got the Yash after the Blade Mill, but he's still very easy to get killed. And you have a Dirge who also can amplify damage. He can steal your strength. It only gets worse. He's actually going for a Helm of Overlord, and I'm not too sure if I've ever seen an Undying going for the spill. But I think it's going to work out because this is a hero that struggles to clear lanes. Once you do have an ancient creep, you can actually clear lanes very easily, but you can also use that creep for either it be an aura effect, either it be to combo with the damage amplification of your actual flesh golem. So there are some synergies here. It's just something that I actually haven't witnessed yet, and it is very clever because he is providing the Vladimir's aura for everyone else, and it's an extremely good game for the PA to get that Vlad's buff. They're still looking.
Put down.
In the middle lane as well. Oh, bottom. Hun. Another arrow.
Stricken out.
Radiant's top tower is under
maybe that's the case. I mean, Jokan's been known to be a Marana player for years now, and it's no surprise he's landing these amazing arrows, predicting how the Storm Spirit wants to farm by clearing out the lanes and just finding these opportunities to punish him. And they're just finding pick after pick using the spotty system, the 1-2-2 style, and after they get these kills, they start grouping up, they start making some more chokage plays where they just control a certain area where the enemy could only possibly play. And just preventing them from getting anything done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Oh, the arrow!
Killing spree! Axes pleased! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Dominating! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower has fallen! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower.
It's gonna get worse because PA, I mean, he's only been playing for the Battle Fury at the moment. There's not really that many itemizations coming out yet.
Looking for me?
The prize is mine.
Yeah, and I love the itemization again from Galaxy Race. One of the best teams at itemizing in the mid game. I see a lot of utility on this Marana. Actually, they are jumping on the Bane.
Over here! Mega kill! Double kill! Axe is going to be tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and as I was mentioning, there's this letter already on in your dream. The utility from the Marana's got the medallion to also make things easier when it comes to killing objectives or just heroes. negative, or he's on the -6 there on the rush. But yeah, all the corrosion, medallion, desolator. You're gonna have amplified damage as well from the Vladimir with the Helm of Overlord. Does he have an ancient yet? He's clearing side lanes. I'm not too sure what a creep, but it doesn't look like he's going to make his move to the ancients. If he gets that lizard, which he probably will, that's amazing. The bottom lane, another pickoff.
Monster kill! Axes, please!
Silence! Behold!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Gather round.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower!
The beast in me.
It is an honor to be chosen for death.
Radiant's courier has been slain. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe those magical numbers that you love. Yep, they might come out soon. But yeah, I mean, Galaxy Racer is just itemizing in a way where none of their heroes will die, because not only do they have items, they have a network lead, they have the level up lead, they also have the Granite Golem to buff them all up. I mean, you look at the way the supports are itemizing, they can't even get bursted down by Hong Kong. And we've seen it time and time again, the Storm Spirit trying to kill the backline supports, but he just doesn't have enough damage. And now,
are begging for
what more can they do?
Axes, please!
But I guess
Radiant's courier has been slain! Slide! Double kill! Killing spree! Radiant's bottom barracks are bearing up stoically in the face of an assault! Holy shit! Triple kill!
Over here now! Nightmare! You speak not as legion of the Ascendants.
yeah, 20k gold lead, or almost 20k gold lead. I'm just wondering what items has top team got after that, because they are expending a lot of money on buybacks, which means they are delaying the next couple of items. In Your Dream is also a big factor why I think that fight is still not great. Sure, you do defend the racks, and I mean, you have to buy back to stay in the game, but it just seems it's going to get harder and harder, and they've spotted out Avod again, and I think this should be an easy kill. Or is it?
Axe-Slide! Axe-Slide! Double kill! Dire's top tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack!
I want to see some frenzy action here on In Your Dream.
Dire's top tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, not to pick sides, top tower is under attack! Bottom barracks Radiant's have fallen. Bottom barracks have fallen! Do not blame Axe! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! attacks would never whine like Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant hides behind their fortifications. Holy shit! I'm over here. Green pop. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! This is causing Axe physical pain! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen! They could be worse! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen! Pity! They were nice racks! Axe awards the victory honors to the Dire!
Push mo yan sa top right.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing gaze. Bonus!
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Moon of hate.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally!
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's change.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time.
Keep farming.
Yeah.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies behind.
Shadow.
Dire team ban
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant team ban.
Speedy room.
Let's go.
Moon of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. 10 seconds remaining. 5
Yeah, I think the
seconds
Beast Master is
remaining.
definitely an issue. I don't think the hero is good enough unless you're picking it into a lane that's meant to do well. If you're picking it blindly and they pick a hero like PA or Bloodseeker or Terrorblade, there's just actually so many carries that you can pair up into the Beastmaster lane, and with the Bane being the opener as well makes it difficult because not only can he kill the balls, he's not the best here at killing balls, but he can trade health and then making it easy for the carry to kill the balls or just play the lane easier. And it's too reliant on the Helm of Dom too, or the Helm of Overlord, whatever you want to call it. It just seems like it's too reliant on having a good start. You need to control the map. So just scrap that idea. Don't pick something so reliant on having that start. Pick something more individualistic, something that's more in the meta, and something that can play regardless of what you're facing and can actually balance out the draft according to what you want to play around.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Points away.
That's true. There is that possibility Bane is picked up here against the Pangolier. Pangolier is the most contested hero so far in this tournament. It's over 95%. Right, so it can kind of show how strong this hero is, and also the ability of flexing it, multiple roles, multiple item builds, multiple skill builds when it comes to the laning phase. And why not? Why not go for a hero that's so solid? Even though it is the most picked / banned hero, it is still positive when it comes to the win rate. So it kind of shows why this hero is so strong. Now, top team, I mean, this is a hero they were playing. I'm not sure if they actually play the Bane as effective as Galaxy Racer, because it's not really about just the laning phase and the grip later on against the Pangolier. It's about the movement that you make with the Bane, making those early rotations, pairing it up with, for example, in that game we saw the Mirana, but they could pair it up with anything else that can kind of follow up after the Nightmare, and just making sure that the early game transition leads into kills, into map control, into deep wards. They go for the Coddle, so one of the OP heroes that we were talking about. And they go Ember as a synergy pick with the Coddle.
Dire team bad. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Yeah, it's also, I guess, not a guaranteed way of spotting where he's going to be playing at. I mean, sure, Ember's most likely mid, but I have seen Ember carries. I mean, if you want to run Ember Coddle, it's a pretty old school lane. If you want to run Coddle middle, Ember carry, pick something else for position 5. You can also do that. The Abaddon pick is quite nice. It deals with the Searing chain, so in the scenario where they want to use the Chakra to double Slide Fist Searings, then you can't really effectively use it against the Abaddon, because not only can he dispel it himself with the Aphotic Shield, but he's also got his ultimate as well. And yeah, I mean, they have some tools to deal with the Searing chains. Obviously, it doesn't really reveal too much so far. Abaddon most likely to be played as a position 5. Pangolier could be still middle, could be off lane. Could be also position 5 if they want to run the Abaddon off lane, for example. There's so many options so far with the Galaxy Racer. Nothing really kind of revealing, but nothing really kind of showing a weak link. I think both lineups so far look quite solid. And MK, I think it's one of the highest win rates as a carry so far. I think it's got about 15 games, about 70% win rate plus. And I mean, now we're not sure if MK is going to go middle. We're not sure if MK is going to carry. Ember as well could be middle or carry. So I guess depending on the matchup, they will actually adjust. I mean, unless they're doing some shenanigans with the MK support. We've seen that before as well. But if we're going to keep it to standard, then maybe these two should be playing core. Coddle will be playing in the position 5/4 role. And Galaxy Racer now, they see two melee core heroes. They're going to pick something that can kind of deal with it. Either it be a stun AoE, either it be some sort of a control for these two heroes, either it be a way to get them out of their comfort. Vengeful Spirit, pretty nice one, because you can actually swap the MK outside of the arena. You can start the fight in your terms as well. In the scenario your teammate gets caught, you can also swap them out of safety. And if you do run Venge with the Pangolier pos 4, you can do it that way. But at the same time, I guess a team like Galaxy Racer can really run the Venge as well as a support role if they were to run the Pangolier elsewhere. So it's kind of flexible, and they can really go into anything. I think the Venge looks nice though.
Shadow Fiend. Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's rough because like to deal with Venge, you want heroes that can jump in and get to the back line. They actually kind of have that. They have the MK who can jump in, they got the Ember who can get to the back line. The problem about that is they have too many heroes that can peel for each other. For example, these two heroes are melee heroes and they want to stay on top of each other. Then there's the swap that you can kind of use to your advantage. There's the Requiem as well that you can fear everyone away. You got the Aphotic Shield, you have the Rolling Thunder. There's actually so many heroes here on the side of Galaxy Racer to kind of get them off you. And I like the Tidehunter pick because it solves that issue. As soon as the MK and the Ember gets in the fight, as long as the Tidehunter has the blink and he can jump in, Ravage, prevent anyone from utilizing their spells, there is still the Abaddon who can remove the Ravage stun with his ultimate and then the Aphotic Shield his teammate, but it does at least give them that option in the scenario that they try to all in for the kill once Ember and MK jumps in. They have that aspect, and I really think that's the only way top team can go for, because they've already gone into this Ember MK approach. So once they've already launched these as their two cores, then they already have to dictate the way they play. And Galaxy Racer, they're trying to play a little bit more of a prolonged, annoying fight like they did in the game against MY. But they don't have the Omni, and the Omni was a big aspect of their draft. Sure, they have the Abaddon, but it's still not the exact same feeling with the Abaddon.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think it's going to be very similar right now. I mean, I agree. I think Shadow Fiend will be one of the cores, but I think they're going to run a tri-core. It's going to be some sort of strong lane into semi-scaling. They can also get the favorable matchup against the Tidehunter just because it is the later pick into their draft. And top team, I'm not 100% sure that the MK will be played mid or carry, because they can still flex and pick a different core. But yep, it sure looks like Lushrak's going to be played as a carry, Venge in the off lane potentially, and then Shadow Fiend mid. So yeah, again, they got that tri-core semi-scaling. All of them can farm fast, all of them can fight. They have a very early time and ultra 3 cores. For example, the 20 to 25 minute mark is really when they start ramping up, because they get items such as the Aghanims, they can get BKBs, and once those items are available, it's very hard for top team to actually utilize their spells, either be the Ember, either be the Tidehunter's Ravage. top team, now they have to decide, is the MK going to be played as a carry? Because I don't actually like the MK carry here with the Ember mid. It just feels like going into the lineup of Galaxy Racer, it's going to be very hard to get on top of them. Sure, you have the Ravage aspect that helps them control a little bit of the backline as well as the target you're aiming. But at the same time, once the Ravage is down, the Galaxy Racer can just run over you, especially since they're playing around the Shadow Fiend timings, and we might see that same Dragonlance build up again.
Choose your hero.
Well, it's still carry. Yeah, it's just the Ember support. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I like that. I mean, I just wanted one of these heroes to actually be a support, because you don't want a double melee carry against the Shadow Fiend, Lesh, and Venge cores. You just really can't stay on top of them and fight later on. So making them one support and the other pick a range core gives you a little bit more diversity on how you can actually play the game. And with Hung playing on this Templar Assassin, in the scenario he does do well and he gets that Desolator, they have a little bit more burst damage, they can take objectives such as Taos as well as Roshan. They also have the Gush combo with the Mel Desolator, so there's a lot of negative armor there, so killing or bursting heroes is very possible, and at least it makes their draft a little bit more well-rounded. But I'm still favoring Galaxy Racer, not just as a draft, but obviously as a team. They just look so solid, and we've seen them in 3 games now that there's just been no contest, honestly speaking. So let's find out. It looks like in your dream we'll be playing the Shadow Fiend this time around though.
This was over before it started.
Okay, that was unexpected.
Prepare for a lesson.
Prepare for battle!
Well, this'll work.
A flash of inspiration.
Yeah, the other thing is from Galaxy Racer looks very solid. You have the Lesh into the Templar Assassin. You also have the Shadow Fiend, who will... I'm not sure if he's gonna go full Shadow Raze build. I think he should. But, I mean, they might do something more gimmicky that I'm not aware of. But assuming he goes Shadow Raze build against the Tidehunter, it's going to be very hard for the Tidehunter to play once that Shadow Fiend's level 3. And that's one of the reasons why they last picked mid, because they can actually flex the Shadow Fiend, apparently. Well, I wasn't actually considering that during the drafting phase, but they are able to pick the Shadow Fiend early and then flex it according to what they've seen from the opponent's carry matchups.
The battle begins!
Yeah.
Well, this'll work.
Axe's heart goes out to Dyer's courier.
You got a courier? Yeah, this... I'm curious to see this bottom lane. I mean, Ember position 5 doesn't seem to be the strongest until he has a couple of levels. But at the same time, Jokam here could kind of just screw with them. With the shield crash, double melee, very effective. And being very threatening already against the plus 5 Ember Spirit. Mizu's getting the 1v1. I mean, very strong lanes here on the side of Galaxy Racer. Mid lane can kind of go both ways depending on the first couple of waves. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like there will be a lot of aggression on all three lanes, and I'm wondering how the mid lane's going to pan out too, because there is kill potential in Alacrity, but he isn't going to be maxing out Diabolic Addict just because of how the Diabolic Addict works these ways. And there's the first kill on the Ashes, and yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's not even level 3 Shadow Fiend yet, that's just level 1 on the Shadow Razors. Well, if that's the case, what's the plan? Do they decide to stack 4 Ashes? Because the lane's only going to get harder, and they do have Coddle, one of the best heroes at stacking, so possibly that's the way to go. With that being said, Horson's actually trying to block those camps, but he had to retaliate because there was some aggressive, I guess, pressure coming from top lane or top tier. Now, yeah, there we go. Yassi, he's going to go for the bounty rune, but I'm surprised he's not decided to stack whatsoever. Alright, and look at Blossom. He's making sure there's not going to be any stacks here. He's got sentries as well as a ward. Yassi, he's not going to be able to stack those ancients because it is blocked off. Will, however, probably get that hard camp. Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Some space. Bottom lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Ashes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain.
I'm sure Galaxy Racer is very happy. They killed the Templar Assassin. The Shadow Fiend's playing on his own and he's the one being the aggressor in the laning phase. I mean, even the MK is not really getting a head start in the laning phase either. Miz is already level 5, about the same CS. Jokem taking a lot of damage, but he's just really playing to his maximum limits here.
The next level play.
Double kill!
Transcends expectation.
My
Beautiful.
Your tide's gone out.
Yeah, these are the kills they need to really recover into the game, because they weren't winning by CS by much. They weren't winning by kills, that's for sure, since it was 0-2. And they weren't actually stacking camps, because the camps are blocked, and they have a little bit on the hard camp. It's just really one stack, but that's about it. Hung's not very happy, but he's got to have to understand in this type of situation where lanes are being so emphasized, then it's going to be very rough for Yassi, as well as the other members of the team, to actually stack effectively.
Illusion. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it seems like Hung's being a little bit desperate because he doesn't have his own stacks. He's trying to contest enemy stacks because he's got that ward spotting alacrity out, but he just doesn't have the tools to do anything about it. I mean, if he did have one casual point of melt, he might have actually been able to get the kill, but unfortunately for him, he had gone for a non-meld build-up, and it's not paying out.
No.
I'm worried for him.
Only you and I. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Axe sheds a tear for Radiant's courier. Metaphorically speaking, Axe does not actually cry. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. The Dire structures cannot be hurt. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Double kill!
En puissant! A little something extra for the end.
Yeah, and although it looked good getting the kill on the Shadow Fiend, you are committing essentially everything, Ravaging included, and they're just going to retaliate. You don't have those tools, they're going to be able to get the fight back in their favor. And that was a fight where I thought maybe in your dream he might have been able to survive if he actually used his wand into the 40 shield, but there's another pick off here, Mizu swap, and it's not stopping.
Radiant's top tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower has fallen! If Axe was a tower, he would never fall!
They're gonna keep up as well because they don't really have much downtime. Sure, they use the Rolling Thunder, but it's not really a big wind-up ultimate. It's only about a give or take about a minute after you use it. And Shadow Fiend does have the Dragon Lance. They do have the Abaddon who can peel for him. They have the swap. They have the negative armor strat. If they are going to slow down the game, it's because they're waiting for some specific item. Alacrity is about 300 gold off for his BO2, which he will get after he clears this stack. But if they decide to heal up, they can actually just go straight back into the middle lane as the Ravage is still down. There's no items on the Tidehunter of Ashes, no hood yet, no blink. There's no threatening factor here on the side of top team. The only thing you have to worry about is the eliminate, because you can actually depush very effectively. But if you do get the smoke play and you get the pick off, then that's not an issue anymore. They found Hung Hung. Can they catch him?
Killing sprees!
Yeah.
Don't mind.
Jukes.
Regeneration.
Yeah, I like what top team is doing. They're not just giving up this tower, because if they do, they're going to lose map control. They're going to get some deep wards, easy smoke entry point for Galaxy Racer. And they do have Ravage, they do have an Echo Saber on the MK. They have the tools to fight. They just need to find the opportunity, and they need to make sure that they're all playing around each other where they can exploit the Ravage. And Ashes is very low.
Already,
If Dire's middle tower was worth a damn, it would still be standing.
This is not good, top team.
Dominating! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals.
Yep. You've expended your Ravage, you already used your MK ultimate, you can't fight now, and you're going to be giving up a lot of towers. If not towers, you're going to leave the triangle because they're going to invade it. If they don't go to the triangle, they go to the primary jungle. You're going to be losing some map now, and the only kill you got was a position for Pangolier with all those ultimates. Sure, you got the tower, which is nice. You open up a little bit of space, but it's not going to transition into anything because they want to play the greed game. They don't want to make those moves, and they need to find other opportunities, and they're going on in your dream.
That didn't happen.
Lakad mo to! Normally. Easiest money of my life!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Puny Radiant hides behind their fortification! War has come to Radiant's bottom
he's so
tower.
aggressive the way he's been playing with the Keeper of the Light. I must commend him. In this type of position where it seems like Galaxy Racer can easily make plays, he's making sure that even though they are in a deficit, he's still playing the way he should, and not being still being confident about his style. And he's actually cancelled out the BO2 usage from Alacrity, so they're not going to be able to actually take this bottom tower anymore, and that's going to be huge. They're going to allow themselves to buy some time. You can see Evet already on the top side clearing the lane. Hung Hung's going to make his way towards the triangle, so they are farming for their timings, and they're going to get there. It's really just going to come down to how long it's going to be until they can actually fight. And once they get to those timings, are they able to actually take a fight or not? I still think they need the Blink Dagger on Ashes. Without that Blink, they're just never going to really get a good enough Ravage to keep them and the back line them in place so that they can kill the primary target on whoever the MK or the TA has jumped upon.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's structures are fortified. Is under attack. Super fortified. Like you can't even Dire's top tower is under attack. Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack. Heaven or hell, Dire's top tower is
maybe he's considering
dominating.
No way he's going to split Blink.
Is over. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, I see a Swift Blink being queued up on Hung without Desolator or BKB. I'm not sure if he's trolling us or the other casters as well in their respective languages. I'm wondering what's going on here. But I was thinking... Oh, wait. Before I start thinking, look at this fight.
Oh, not fairly.
That's how it works.
Mega kill!
Around my neck. Back to the impurities.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I was actually contemplating if he goes Aghanims to split up the game, because it is an item that allows you to drag out the game and still be very efficient and scale good. But he's not going for Aghanims whatsoever. He's not going Desolator, because if he was, he would have already got the hammers. And it looks really like the Swift Blink approach is actually the item for Hung, and I've never seen a first item Swift Blink ever on Templar Assassin. But, and I'm wondering, yeah, yes sir, I mean, I'm just wondering what's the purpose of it, because sure, you can blink and get to the backline, but can you even burst them with the Swift Blink?
Illusion!
Yeah, well, we'll only have to find out how much work it does.
Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree!
Your place is here.
Double kill!
Tribute to my house.
Easiest man up my land!
So, that's why I...
Yeah. Well, I mean, definitely a fine favorite Galaxy Racer nonetheless, but the problem now is there's no Ravage, and I'm wondering what their next timing is. He decides to not go for the Blink anymore because it's just taking way too long, and he wants to get a defensive item instead. He's going for the 4-star, which kind of is a semi-Blink / semi-disengage. But Alacrity, he wants to keep the action very fast and the pace up, so I mean, it looks like in this game here he is taking the role of more of a position 2. The previous game we saw, sure, he kind of was a position 2 when he was playing the Lesh with the Bloodseeker, but he was a lot more greedier the way he was playing. And the reason why is Shadow Fiend is not a hero that can actually make moves. You have Avenge 3, but the Avenge 3 itself is not enough to actually get kills.
Undefended.
Yep.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom
10,000
tower is
experience
under
lead in
attack.
favor of the Galaxy Racer. Top team, and they're making sure that the lanes are split up here and not really losing towers. But this Roshan, which Galaxy Racers is currently eyeing on, will fall very quickly. Same Desolator build-up on In Your Dream, the negative armor of Presence of the Dark Lord as well as the Wave of Terror. You got the Lord of Happiness as well to amplify attack speed, but they have to contest, and they're going in. Good.
Unstoppable! Killing spree! Wicked sick! Double kill! Has fallen to the Dire!
Yeah, it was actually looking pretty good at the start of that fight for top team, but once the Requiem came off and they just disengaged the fight, got the positional advantage back on their side, they just couldn't really get on top of anyone anymore, and that's when it really hit the fan. I mean, especially once that Temple Assassin got stunned up. There's just no more fighting capabilities, and what the hell, Mizu? How you doing?
Searing heat. So I end.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishes it was you instead.
All right. Well. Yeah, I've got to concur with you again. It just seems like Galaxy Racer one step ahead, and if they do win, yes, second place in the groups. SMG being first. I mean, let's talk about top team though. What can they do to get back into this game? What are the scenario they need? A perfect scenario, I guess I would have to say, because otherwise I don't see them actually winning the fights. They need to make sure that the fight is on their side of... Oh, never mind.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower has fallen! Axe needs something to chop! Are under attack! How long can this go on? Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Not to pick sides, but Axe's favorite Radiant bottom barracks have fallen! Ah! The red mist kills at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! That would never lie like Radiant's middle barracks! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen!
Not done yet, though.
Mega kill!
Yeah, there's just not not much opening here on the side of top team to actually exploit, and they've called GG. I mean, a nice attempt, but it did seem like Galaxy Racer had full control of this game, like they did in the past 3 games as well. Their draft it's solid. They have a way to deal with these boards that jump at you. They have a way to disengage the fight. They have a way.
Vanish.
Dominating!
Push mo yan sa top right.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold, my searing blade. Bonus!
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortunes change. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time.
Keep farming.
Yeah.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
Look.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies
Shadow.
beyond.
Ayos, ha?
Has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills.
Can collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's Hash, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Unstoppable! Spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Sports Centre. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Very fucking nice, boys.
Shadows, take us.
Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Killing spree! Triple kill! At Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Roshan was a worthy foe!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Be ensnared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Style. Axis, please! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
It's mine.
The rune of invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Double kill!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Axe's please! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Be more axe-like. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. The red mist is going to be Radiant's middle tower. Please!
Then take me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
What is this?
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Dominating! Radiant's Ancient is under attack! Mega kill! Double kill! Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. Dominating!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing gaze. Notice!
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of hate.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally!
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's change.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming.
Yeah, I should.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies behind.
Shadow.
Ayos, ha?
Has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy route.
Let's go.
Moon of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kill!
Can collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
before action hash! Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it! Dire's top tower is under attack! Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Gago!
Max is pleased!
That's okay.
Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Very fucking nice, boys.
Shadows, take us.
Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Killing spree! Triple kill at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Roshan was a worthy foe!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Be ensnared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ah.
No place is here. Still burned.
Killing spree! Triple kill! The redness spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Style. Radiant team bad. Dire team bad. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's mine.
The rune of invisibility.
Dire team bad. Radiant team pick. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Once away.
Radiant team pick.
Bloodseeker.
Radiant team bad. Dominating! Mega kill! Double kill! Dire team bad.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant team bad. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire team bad. Axe's Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Be more axe-like. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Life Stealer. Dire team pick.
Yeehaw!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
You
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
queen.
Choose your hero. Prepare for battle!
The next level play. The next level play.
Lakad mo to!
Normally.
Lakad mo to!
Normally. Easiest money of my life! Easiest money of my life! The next level play. The next level play.
Lakad mo to!
Normally.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins! I horned in on you. Dire's courier shall carry no more. First blood!
A real killer on the loose.
Did not think it was possible.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Normally.
Good.
Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower.
I don't think so.
Axe sheds a tear for Radiant's courier.
Normally.
Metaphorically speaking, Axe does not actually cry.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Normally.
Your blood was a prisoner, begging me to set it free.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I am compelled to thank you.
What kind of war is this? Good.
Dire structures are fortified.
I must have them all.
Double damage.
From life.
I'm a natural.
Normally.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Normally.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals! Double kill!
Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Every coin helps.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
My days as a road agent.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Double damage!
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Killing spree! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's structures are fortified. He's under attack! Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! Top tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortification. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Tend to your wounded or put them out of their misery. Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Middle tower is under attack!
Our cavorting days is over, more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Dire's top tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stop going when you start.
Doesn't even describe it!
That hardly hurt at all.
This will do just fine.
Totally near.
That all you got?
You're welcome! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Looks like it's 12 over.
Mega kill! Die! Free!
Worthy tribute.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Dire's structures are fortified.
Of course.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been slain.
Amazing what you find.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Your veins run empty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's top tower is under attack!
A bounty which my matriarch will prize. This will do just fine. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Killing spree! Double kill! Dominating! Double kill! Radiant structures are fortified.
Of the respawn?
Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower.
Add another to the tally.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think that's
Radiant's
what happened there.
top tower has fallen. Your edge needs sharpening.
Strength renewed and purpose with it.
Worthy tribute.
Uh-oh.
Double kill! Unstoppable!
Got it.
Double kill!
Yep. I love that. He brought back to make sure that he respawns and he's got enough mana to actually stun and kill that lifesteal, because that fight was a losing fight otherwise. And although you are using buyback and you were so close to respawning, but now you have a little bit of a window because it's a 1 minute downtime on this lifesteal, and we're going straight into the rush. It's not an easy rush, but if it is uncontested, then it'll be definitely worth that buyback.
Life.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking pretty threatening already. 35 armor, which means it's very hard for the Lifestealer to actually kill him. Lifestealer as a hero in general, doesn't tend to build much damage. Sure, you can go Silver's Edge, and Silver's Edge is pretty decent because you get the crit nowadays, but he's actually going for the MKB, which is more understandable to deal with this butterfly. He knows butterfly is coming, and once he has the MKB against the butterfly, at least he has some magical damage as well from the MKB procs. However, it's still not that simple, because Venge with 2 lives, as well as the Aegis on top, a ton of armor, a lot of damage. Venge can also build items such as the Chrysalis. He could go for Daedalus later on, he could go Skadi and tank up even further. It's pretty hard to kill the Vengeful Spirit in the late game, once she starts building a lot of these armor stat items. But, I mean, Lifesteal is definitely one of those heroes that can kind of tank through it. It's just really a matter of, can the Lifesteal stay alive within the initial bursts with the Rupture and whatnot? Can MY get their teamfight execution right? Because I don't believe they've gone the best fighting execution so far.
Plenty more where that came.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So tank.
Double kill.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. He's got Butterfly and Elven Tunic. He's got 34 armor. He's got the Aegis. It was very surprising that they tried to aim the Vengeful Spirit there. There's just no chance they're going to kill her twice. Even if they kill her once and she didn't have Aegis, it wouldn't be worth it. Because not only die, the rest of the team are diminishing the numbers in the back line. And you don't want to kill the Venge. You need to kill the Clop. You need to kill the Ruptured hero. I guess the Bloodseeker primarily is what I'm trying to say. But I guess if they stay back and they do have BKBs on both these heroes, it's pretty hard to kill anyone unless you get a very good RP. But then there's also the swap factor, there's the Sunray heal, there's also the Galeful that can disrupt the backline of MY. So not as simple as I was thinking during the draft, because there are these other elements now coming into play once they manage to actually afford it. And the egg now just seems seemingly easier to actually pull out in every single fight, as long as he's behind the backline.
Of course. No! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I'm entitled to a rematch. Killing spree! Killing spree! Leapfrog forever.
Well, I'm not sure if that was a bait or not. It just so happened that they were connecting, so they felt confident even if it did die, it still pay out. With that being said, after the egg, it could have just TP'd away, and it would have just been the free kill for nothing. But the MY overextending their stay, and yeah, Army Geniuses, they didn't give them a warm welcome, and now they're going to be able to get at least 1 Rax. There is a tier 2 tower in the middle lane, but the bottom is exposed. I'm wondering if they actually go for this, or they're just going to keep the control of the game and play up to the next round. So I believe the Aegis should be expiring very soon.
Goes out to Dyer's courier. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery. Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen. Axe wishes it was you instead. Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the lifesteal build this game. I don't think Scotty was the right approach because even if you do get Scotty, sure, the effect of Scotty against Bloodseeker is nice, so he doesn't get as much health back for kills, assists, whatever it may be. But you can't really stay on top of them. The slow of Scotty is a must against certain heroes, but not against the Queen of Pain, not against the Venge. These heroes are too mobile or just not needed to be mobile. For example, the Venge just stands his ground. He doesn't care if he's getting slowed by the Scotty. So I would have preferred if he had gone for something like a Satanic, actually amplifying his damage, but at the same time being able to withstand the Rupture damage in general. So I'm a little odded out by this itemization from KNP. I think besides the Scotty, everything else is fine, but he definitely has a lack of damage at the moment, and that's where I think like the uphill battle begins, because even if he stands on top of someone, he's not going to be able to bring him down. He doesn't have the control to keep them in place, such as the Queen of Pain. And because there are these BKB available, there is this Rupture factor, it's going to make it harder for him to be effective in these fights with the itemization that he had
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Do not blame Axe.
Well. Yeah, it's not looking pretty right now. It seems very difficult for them to get that fight. Maybe if they can skewer someone very far back and it's not going to be a swappable card, maybe they have a chance to just get that instant burst kill. If they go on the Venge, I still think it's very difficult. Maybe he tries his luck, but does not find the target.
Radiant's bottom barracks are bearing up stoically in the face of an assault.
Yeah. 3,000 health, Aeon Disc, ones, the potential swap that can come in from DB. Yeah, it looks pretty hard to kill anyone. And even looking at what he's got, BKB, 2.5k health, a ton of armor, Queen of Pain, also a ton of armor, BKB for Link. OIM might be the easiest kill, assuming he doesn't have the BKB. Yep.
Dominating! Axe is pleased!
By the will of Streak.
Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks are dominating! Axe is pleased! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Normally.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! The victory honors to the Dire!
pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing blade.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of hate.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming.
Yeah, I should.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies behind.
Shadow.
War
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills.
Can collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's Hash, Dire's top tower is under attack to take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! More has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Dire team pick. Radiant Lycan.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. Team ban. Tide Hunter. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
I actually prefer Lycan in many ways as well. Sure, both heroes you can flex it. We saw the Venge carry, we saw the Venge offlane. We've seen Venge support as well. Lycan as well, very similar. You can't run it as a support, but you can run it in all three lanes in terms of cores. Even middle lane's very doable depending on the matchup that you want, especially considering that a lot of the time the Lycan carry is not really a hard carry, it's more position 2 in the safe lane. He is just there to provide the aura, so taking down the early towers, creating space, having another threatening impact hero in the fights, and if you play it offlane, it kind of fits the same role, but you just don't come as online as quickly as a carry itself. It's kind of like the Venge. We saw last game the Venge played as a carry. He still goes for the offlane kind of build-up, but he just comes online quicker and therefore having that tempo faster. Same thing. But they do go for the Tidehunter, and if it is a Tidehunter offlane versus the Lycan, the Tidehunter should have a pretty free lane. The Lycan should still farm somewhat, but it's more about the mid-game. Can you fight into this Tidehunter Venge with the Lycan? I believe you can. It really just comes around to what lineup you're playing revolving this Lycan. Either it be an objective-based strategy that comes online very quickly, either it be a negative armor strats. There's a lot of approaches you can go with the Lycan, and that's where these coming forward will make a big difference. And we see Silencer. How do you feel about this hero so far?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Gyrocopter! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Assuming they go Pango, now at least some of these support slash flex heroes are presented, and heroes such as the Bloodseeker, who is not banned. I guess that's the main reason why Pangolier is not picked up yet, because there is Bloodseeker, there was Bane. Obviously on the side of Army Genius, you've already revealed both your supports unless you're running like a Silencer core and then you still go for Bane, but it's very unlikely that happens. So if MY wanted to pick the Pangolier, I think they would have had a good opportunity to do so. They just had to worry about the Bloodseeker, and if they were to go into that approach, they probably should have banned the Bloodseeker in the second phase, but it seems like they don't care about both heroes because they're not intending to go to one of these routes. MY is going to be playing more of a team fight kind of scaling game here with the Gyrocopter. I'm assuming it's a Gyrocopter carry. He's going to max the flat cannon unless he feels like he really needs to go for the barrage to win in a lane. But if it is a Lycan 3, you still don't go barrage because you're just not going to be able to get the full usage thanks to those wolves. So most likely you go flak, you clear the lane fast, you go into the jungle, you clear the jungle, or you go to the triangle and you do the stacks. They have a good team to actually clear camps very effectively on the side of MY, whereas on the side of Army Genius, they don't really have much wave clear besides the Grimstroke spells. And makes me think that right now, it's either they kind of go all in with this Lycan strat, trying to open up the fight, and then use that global defensively so that the enemy team can't react with these defensive spells, such as the Ravage or the Terrain Protector's Living Armor or the Overgrowth. They also have the Juggernaut here now that makes it very hard for him to get killed. There is the swap that can prevent him from just spin TPing out. But again, with the Silencer global aspect, it also negates that.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Right, well, to finalize both teams' draft, I think MY just needs a space creator from the middle lane here. Nothing too flashy. Can be one of the spirits. Obviously, Army Genius is on the same page. They ban out the Ember. I think Void Spirit is still somewhat doable as well. Very hard hero to kill. Minimal stuns on the side of Army Genius. So if MY want to catch the Void Spirit, well, just claim the Void Spirit for themselves to play, then it'd be very hard for Army Genius to stop unless their last pick just completely demolishes the Void Spirit in the laning phase. But I don't think that would happen. Puck is banned out. Let's just ban out another 2 heroes that can kind of create pressure and start fights, either be with the Yules or just their abilities. But it's just a hero that can create chaos, get to the back line, or start the fight for MY would be pretty nice in the middle lane for BB.
Dire team pick.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, it could be Avenge support. I don't see why not. I mean, you do have a Tidehunter Avenge lane if it is Avenge 4, and that's a lot of negative armor, comboing the Wave of Terror as well as the Gush. You can go into the -7 or 8, and killing supports is very, very easy. Either it be the Grimstroke or the Silencer. If they get caught out of position, either level 2 or level 3 on the side of MY, they can just pick them apart very quickly. On the other hand, I mean, they're just more emphasizing on the team fight. That you have the Overgrowth, they got the Ravage, as well as the Wukong Arena. It's kind of weird picking MK without seeing your mid hero, because right now it can be MK carry, but it can also be MK mid. Gyrocopter can also flex, but I could also see some flexibility on the side of MY. Army Genius is pretty set on their lanes. I don't think they're going to flex anything. They're just going to run the Juggernauts, safe lane, Mamang Dai on the Queen of Pain mid. It seems to be the Lycan off lane here. So what carry do they want? What's the mid laner? It looks like Tidehunter is going to go middle. MK support. Yeah, I agree. I think this is kind of just a bandage, you know, it's not solving the problem, it's just kind of just temporary fixing an issue. Maybe you don't necessarily win the lane with the Tidehunter. Well, you don't win the lane, but you've managed to get some farm, and I don't even think it's going to be Tidehunter favored, because Mamang Dai, he can just shove the lane out, he can contest the runes better with the blink. One sword contest one side, Mamang Dai can blink to the other. Tidehunter now is going to be forced to play without bottle refills, assuming he goes for the bottle. If he doesn't go for the bottle, then he's most likely going to go for the Ring of Health approach, or even the Helm of Iron Will to go for the Helm of Dom. But yeah, again, it just doesn't feel great. Any of these builds, the laning itself just seems like you'll just be trading farm. Can the Tidehunter with levels be more effective than the Queen of Pain with early levels? Probably not, because it's less mobile. On top of that, he's very dependent on utilizing Ravage effectively, unless he's just going to be playing the greed game, such as a Magnus, where I don't know, it just doesn't really fit their type of draft as well, because you have a Gyrocopter, which is one of those cores that you can maybe sometimes play more aggressively, but this is a game where you kind of want to get farmed on your Gyro, because otherwise this Juggernaut's going to get on top of you, this Lycan's going to get on top of you, and the Gyrocopter without many items is just so useless in a game like this.
The battle begins!
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's the play for MY here, because the MK is actually quite strong early game as a support, just because how much actually does. Very underrated spell. Level 1 at 140 damage with the slow and the gap close as well. So you can skill range trips, you can get some AoE damage, but at the same time, MK has pretty high base armor, so trading is going to be very advantageous for my pro. And a lot of it will come down to the positioning. If they see Silencer out of position and they get that tree dance with the stun at level 2 from Seri, then it's an easy kill. However, you're just not going to be able to kill DB. DB should be able to farm, and he can always spin out of the stun itself. You can remove the slow if he does get hit by the tree dance, and I think Argentinians is happy with that. Oh, bottom lane.
First blood!
Fade from memory.
Axe is impressed.
All is silence.
Yeah, I mean, BB should be able to farm, and he did get a bottle refill as well, so it's looking alright. He needs a couple of more points on the Kraken Shell for it to be actual effective against the Shadow Strike, because the threshold of it breaking is too high at the moment. This means that he should be able to survive in most cases. There will be a lot of pressure from Mamang Daya, and it's going to be very similar to the last game, and BB, I guess, will have to be forced into the jungle stage in this laning phase.
I shake your corpse in my jaws. Denied! For you, bounty!
For my coffers.
Yeah, and right now, Power Spike on the top side, Seri level 3 as well as my pro, a lot of damage here. Ooh, and they connected Like, misses the Juggernaut, but can they even get a kill now?
My edge goes. Battle Fury! Okay, that was unexpected. Face your death.
Ah! Let's do that again! Fight!
Yeah, I definitely think this has actually been favoring Army Geniuses despite MY probably should have having a better start. Top lane was looking really good until they just traded 2 kills for DB, and DB actually doesn't even die. He gets his items, he gets regen off thanks to his boy, the Silencer on UK, and now this is going to be an issue. You can't really kill this Juggernaut because he's got the phase boots, so therefore the Wave of Terror not being as effective. And UK is going to be able to leave him alone while he either stacks or pulls. And that's exactly what's happening. And the lane's going to pull back. DB is going to be able to get some solo experience and farm at the tower. Avenge is not going to be able to apply pressure. Same thing goes for MyPro. MyPro does have the Orbital Corrosion, so they are looking to get more kills in the laning phase. But the only way is if someone's out of position, and it has to be UK.
Won't give up. Silence is virtue.
Yep. Oh man, this middle lane as well is looking just as bad as it was in the previous game. BB on that Magnus and now Tidehunter. He's half a level behind. He's not being able. Oh, is he actually gonna die? Oh wow. Yeah.
Tis though did much grace to you. This'll come in handy.
Yeah. That's a... I guess the X factor in the laning phase, but even if you don't get the stun, you get some good damage off. It is level 3 wolves as well, so they actually pack a punch. Eventually he'll have the cripple, then it's going to be pretty hard for that gyrocopter to play this lane. This gyrocopter's also got 2 points in the rocket barrage, which means you wanted to go for the kill approach in the laning phase, but I think it's already too late for it. Womi is almost level 6, he's got the Helm of Dom on the way. Our top lane though, big trade happening. Oh.
Denied.
Smart.
Thanks.
Oh, they want more code. Oh, +2.
Spree! Be still.
Add another to the tally.
They're going for the kill. Bottom lane, oh my god, doing it again. But they have the net as well.
Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Falters. Now you're finished.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised they didn't commit.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. To hell, Succubus. This kingdom needs no queen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're keeping the balance here, and they've got a couple of stacks on the hard camp, either either for the Gyrocopter or the Tidehunter. With that being said, the Gyrocopter hasn't really gone for a greedy build-up, and if you look at his item queue, he's almost got a Chrysalis, so a Dreads into Chrysalis build-up on KNP. He's got 2 points Barrage, 3 points Flak. It looks like he is going to be taking those stats. While in the meantime, Molongaya rotates top, and he's looking for Seri.
Dominating!
Where's my pension?
Well, the Satanic Rush is not so unconventional, even for offlaners. In most cases, they get one item before the Satanic, but I guess from the middle lane, Satanic is providing you tankiness, some damage, the active which can kind of just put you from low to full health, one anchor smash. But yeah, the Chrysalis is definitely an odd one. I don't think I've ever seen this myself. It's just one of those items that if you do go Chrysalis in it and you feel like you lack damage, which could be the case if you look at the Barman Genies. They're very hard heroes to kill, so if you don't break them, they either spin away, or they blink away, or you know, they shift away and they just walk it out. And
yep. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dominating! You die by the House of Honor.
Yep. Unfortunately for Molongaya, he hasn't really had the best game. His network is not bad, but he just hasn't really been effective with his head start. Whereas EB actually claimed a couple of kills thanks to that combo you mentioned, the Encade just transitioning mid, just setting up the beautiful burst to bring down Molongaya from 100 to 0. That said, if this game drags out, it's still going to be in favor of Army Geniuses unless this Vengeful Spirit gets a pretty decent on the Ags, then I guess they're going to have a pretty big power spike where they can use that to tempo their way into the late game with an advantage. However, there are such group up already, and it's pretty hard to deal with this group up, so you're going to have to split up. With that being said though, splitting up here as a Lycan pretty is even more effective with as well as towers, and thanks to that Helmadon and Wolves. And you don't have to commit as many heroes as well to do so, but they are going to be getting this tower first. I'm wondering if they actually TP bottom and contest this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! What prize is this? Dire's middle tower is under attack! That's tricky. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low. No red mist threats at Radiant's middle tower.
Just TP. And deep in the process, he gets a power duel and potentially a kill. The balance.
Middle finger rises.
Well, That's a pretty big for Army Genius regardless. Only to get the tower, they pull all these ultimates from such as the Ravage, and they almost have the over. So once you get that, it's going to be very hard to fight into them. Sure, they also utilize the Sonic Wave, but that's almost up. Global 50 seconds down. And the big one, I guess, is the most recent. They don't necessarily need this Juggernaut to be a part of these fights. It's very likely that the Juggernaut is going to be trading farm, such as the Gyrocopter, and every time he would be coming, if there is some sort of tower or outpost near the farm, and we can connect that way. Otherwise, you just know all the team will be proactive, either be taking map control, farming, on the enemy side of the map. Also, just looking for general kills that can. I guess one stuff I don't let it all be.
Did they die screaming? I forgot to listen. Regeneration.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There is Aghanim's here on KNP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Big
attack.
Black Dragon on the side of Army Genius. Wormy is the owner of it, so he will just be utilizing it to split up, clear the creep waves, and making sure that the lanes are going to be shoved, and therefore MY is going to be forced to clear the lanes and reveal their face. And if they do reveal their they are vulnerable and they could get potentially killed, or enough information to make the move on the opposite side of where that hero is actually going. So there are a couple of options here by utilizing this creep to split up. You see BB is now showing mid, which means if you go bottom or top, BB's not going to be able to just connect fast enough and get that Ravage reactional.
Excellent.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
It's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yep, and I mean, you can fight in 20 seconds, but 20 seconds is long enough to take you to uncontested. They're gonna have to contest it. Micro TPing in. They know there's no shapeshift. Actually, Micro TPing into out because there's low on mana. He should be able to outline this. He does actually get the hood, so it's not necessarily just a rush the Satanic. It's getting the Satanic, but it's going to be after one item, which is pretty standard if you get offline and you want to be a little bit more greedy / damage dealy. Now, KNP though, oh no, is he? No, they can't kill him, surely.
Kill! Unstoppable! Triple kill! That sheds a tear for Radiant's courier. Metaphorically speaking, Axe does not actually cry. Axe observes carnage on the way at Radiant's top tower.
I'll take that as tribute.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
problem here is that even though it's hard to kill the Tidehunter, they don't have to. They're just going to kill everyone else. Sure, the Tidehunter can ravage the nearby team and prevent the enemy from killing the backline fast enough, but then you lack damage. You're just not going to be able to stand your ground. He sure he can, but no one else will be able to after the ravage wears off. And you're really going to be dependent on this to actually get killed, because otherwise, Army Genius is going to run past you until they run along.
Killing spree! More has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Double kill! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Axes, please! Good silence.
Yeah, 25% stats resist was just enough for him to get that blink in time.
Middle tower. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Vend is crucial, but then I look at the Vend and I see it's level 9 at 20 minute mark. So he is the lowest level in the game, not the team, in the game. So even if he does get that Academics, it's not really going to have that many points on the Vend. He's
into little pieces.
The frontline for his team as effectively. He's not getting additional stats. Sure, he can get double start, possibly double swap, but it just will feel very lackluster. But he has to get to that Ags regardless, and it feels like he just hasn't had the space to actually play his own game. We saw this on KP the other day as well, where they just kept getting run-outs, and the Venge just never really had a chance to just be left alone and get creeps slash jungle creeps that he found that at a reasonable time, and now he is, but everyone's being fine.
Axes, please! Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Where's my pension?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
We've talked about this Lycan hero,
Radiant's top
and
tower
every
is under
time
attack.
I see it, it looks so dominant. No matter what heroes you pick into it, this game they have Charcopter, they have Tidehunter. I guess Default Initial is going to be also an MK4, but it's just
Radiant's middle tower has fallen!
But every game, it gets towers, it opens up the map, and it creates there's always a problem in these spots.
Sick!
As you can see, I could do this all day.
Monster kill! Looking good. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Killing war has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Mega kill! That's got you see my face. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Monster kill! Axes pleased! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower!
Yeah, it's just waiting for that tier 2 to die, and
Radiant's bottom tower is
that's
under
just it.
attack! Radiant's bottom tower has fallen! That's the sign of victory!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!